celebration of life for Whitley Faith Fuller as we join track chaplain Otto Thorworth. Otto?
Thank you, John. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Whitley was a little ray of sunshine. You knew it as soon as she walked into her room. At just 3 years old, she would tell you how much she loved dancing, watching her daddy work with horses, snacks, getting muddy, and Rena Bella dresses, her family, and she would always tell you how she loved Jesus. DJ and Alyssa are so grateful that God allowed them to be her parents and her brother and sister to be one of his favorite little angels. They eagerly await the day when God places that beautiful, curly-headed, blue-eyed baby back in their arms again. We will love you forever, Whitley Faith. If you would now, please join us for a moment of silence, followed by a closing prayer. Father God, your word promises us that you work all things together for the good of those who love you and are called according to your purpose. God, while we may have trouble understanding how this situation will work together for the good during this time of mourning, we will trust you nonetheless. God, I pray in the days, weeks, months, and years ahead that you will comfort this family as they mourn this great loss. Give them your peace, the peace that surpasses all understanding. In the pain, help them to find comfort in the fact that she is there with you, experiencing the purest form of love that exists. Though life is but a vapor, here one moment and gone the next, help us to use this as a reminder to love the ones that we have with us like there is no tomorrow. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello, everyone. Track announcer John G. Dooley next to Rachel McLaughlin. And Racing Rachel, we've got 9 races on tap on Caesars Day Eve. And we're off the turf today. Biggest day of turf racing scheduled for tomorrow. Looking forward to Wednesday's terrific card from start to finish. Today, 9 races, 8 thoroughbred races, and we'll close with a quarter horse juvenile dash over the 250 to wrap up a 9-race card on what is being billed throughout horse racing as Caesars Eve.
Yes, we have a wonderful card tomorrow. Hopefully we get no more rain in the forecast and we can run our races on the turf tomorrow. But today we are off. The track is sloppy. We sealed it, and hopefully, it will dry out today. It's not cool, so there's a pretty good chance that it will if we don't get any more rain.
Yeah, that really was the story during the early portion of the day. I know you were at the track bright and early here today, and there were clear skies around 8, 9 o'clock, and then sometime after 11 o'clock, the rain started coming down. So we've got 9 of them today, all on the main track. We are off the turf course, but for the official race day forecast, if you don't believe Racing Rachel and I, it's time to check in with Todd Clausen, the source for the weather here in central Indiana on WRTV6. Todd?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Well, unfortunately, showers and some thunderstorms are in the forecast here, John and Rachel, as we work our way throughout the course of the day today. Not expecting any severe weather, but there could be some lightning mixed in with some locally heavy downpours as well, with temperatures today that'll be topping off in the mid to upper 60s. It's not an all-day rain, but certainly between the races and through the races, there will be the potential for these heavier downpours. And then the scattered shower threat is going to continue into the evening and also into the overnight hours. Of course, you can track the radar using Storm Shield or at the WRTV app.
You can use an umbrella too.
So much for the warm weather. I thought it was supposed to be warmer than that. Darn it. Well, let's hope they stay away.
No showers right now for the pre-race show, but we'll see as we go through the course of this 9-race card. Speaking of today's racing card, no turf racing, no Marcelino Pedroza Jr. serving day 2 of a suspension, but our 3-time leading jockey and currently at the top of the leaderboard, Marcelino will be back in action here on Caesars Day. But it's been another great meet. Alberto Burgos, he won the first of the season last year. He started off strong here in 2024. Alberto right there, and Evan Roman also off to a good start this year. His first riding with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in 2024.
Yeah, Marcelino at the top with 13. Right behind him, Evan has 11. Alberto Burgos in there too. Fernando de la Cruz and Santo is rounding out the top 5. Abel Cedillo, also a relatively new face here in Indiana. He's knocking on the door right behind him, and no shock again this year. We're up to the early standings. We've got Klopp and Gennaro tied with 10. John Horan really having a nice meet, and Bob Gorham as well. So Rob Dobbs, I was just talking to Steve Bick today on the show, and we were talking about Rob Dobbs and how he's just really had some horses come out with some nice wins off a long layoff too. So definitely include him in your handicapping. But yeah, there's our top 5.
Randy Klopp, Mr. Negativity. That was his winner yesterday in the opening here, teaming with Evan Roman. And also Zolo, really nice sprint winner yesterday. I know that was your on-top pick. You had Double Dog Justice coming off the bench for Ray Paquette III, who's been firing here at a very nice, not only win percentage, but in the money for Ray Paquette. But Double Dog Justice needed that first start of 2024, but Zolo strong to the wire with Orlando Mexica.
Yeah, that was a nice win, nice horse. Definitely wonderful run for them yesterday. And we have some horses that picked up mounts for Marcelino, but luckily he'll be back tomorrow for Caesars Day.
Good turf finishes yesterday as we look forward to a 9-race program here today. Looking forward to tomorrow, the big Caesars Day card with 11 races, including the Horseshoe Indianapolis for the 3-year-old fillies and the Caesars Handicap. Looking forward to that as they are carded, after all, for the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But tomorrow, horse players, contest players, no Racing Rachel's Warriors, but Wednesdays are still for winning. And since it is Caesars Day, it deserves a Not that Racing Rachel's Warriors is not, but a big contest. $2,500 up for grabs tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll take 25 over 100 any day. But thank you very much to the HBPA for sponsoring this contest. Racing Legends Wednesday, May 15th. Tomorrow, you can play online or here on track. $2,500 on the line, special handicapping contest. We also have a new wager, so more wonderful opportunities, an all-turf pick 3 that we will unveil and have for the rest of the meet for turf racing, and we'll have those on 3 select races tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to that with the Horseshoe Hat Trick again, the state's richest day of turf racing tomorrow for Caesars Day. Hope you can join us. An excellent Wednesday card here brewing for us at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And as you mentioned, that all-turf pick 3, that is a go for tomorrow. Again, fingers crossed weather-wise, 15% takeout and $1 minimum for the Horseshoe Hat Trick. Looking forward to that tomorrow. By the way, speaking of today, we've got a 9-race card and looking forward to certainly the Horseshoe Indianapolis tomorrow and the Caesars as well.
The Horseshoe came up really, really tough. It's a nice field, but I did want to go over the Caesars handicap with you guys really quickly. It's the 18th running, and this is a field of 9 in here. Irad is in running or riding for Brian Lynch, Oscar's World. I went through and looked at all of their highest speed figures and then compared them to the distance, and he put up an 85 at a mile and a 16th. I think this one, though, the drop down in class from a grade 3 at Keeneland is going to be the big difference for him. The 2 with the highest speed figures, 91, is the 2 First World War. That was at a mile and a 16th back in November, and it was an allowance at Churchill, ended up second. And then the 9, Aspenite, Steve Asmussen has Christian Torres riding, and it put up a 91 as well, but that was at a sprint distance. So, other than that, the 87 for Corn Miner was interesting. It was in a little bit easier of an allowance at Kentucky Downs. But this is a very, very interesting race. Greg Foley, Camaro Z, and Brian Hernandez, who just coming off a Kentucky Derby win, will be a big one to look at. Also has some off-track form as well, a win in a second on a muddy and a sloppy track if that is the case tomorrow. So a lot of options for you. Jose Ortiz and Irad are both running. Molly's Town, Gennaro Garcia's entrant is also put up a 95 last time, but it was at sprint distance. The routing speed figure definitely compares to some of the others of 85. So this is going to be a really tough race. Could be poised for a long shot depending on how it plays out. But the Caesars handicap a mile on the turf. It's a 3-year-old race, and I can't wait to see that tomorrow. I can't wait to see the Horseshoe either. I mean, it's going to be hopefully a full field. I think there was already one scratch in there, but there's plenty of also eligibles in there. So yeah, a wonderful day of racing. And Steve and I were also talking about the pick 5 that starts in race 5. The maiden race in race 5 is just insane. There's a $775,000 purchase that Steve Asmussen is running with Keith, his son, aboard. So yeah, we've got a lot to look forward to tomorrow for Caesars Day.
You mentioned some of the jockeys coming in for tomorrow's big day, including the Kentucky Derby winning jockey on Mystic Dan, Brian Hernandez Jr. Those connections, 4G Racing, Brent and Sherilyn Gassaway, they've got Crown Imperial affiliate going in the Horseshoe Indianapolis handicap. So looking forward to seeing those black and green hoops of the Kentucky Derby winning owners. Of course, Mystic Dan, among those entered for this coming Saturday's Preakness Stakes. No live racing here on Saturday, by the way, but of course you can always come to the First Floor OTB to watch and wager on the 149th running of the Preakness Stakes. The Bob Baffert trained Muth installed as the morning line favorite over the Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan. But by the way, last night the Gasways were in Arizona, and Sherilyn, part of that team that owns Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan, she threw out the first pitch at the
nice.
Arizona Diamondbacks
Cool.
game, and they rallied in the 9th to beat the Reds by 6-5.
Well, there you go. That's excellent that they had her throw out the first pitch. That's awesome.
Coming up this coming Saturday, by the way, the Preakness Stakes, so don't forget, watch and wager on that. And then as we look forward to next month, our first all-quarter horse card kicks off bright and early on June the 1st at 10:45 a.m. Talking about an all-quarter horse card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on those quarter horse days.
Yeah, the calendar we really have Monday through Thursday has been pretty, for the most part. Now in June, obviously, and in July when we have the Indiana Derby, we're going to switch things up. We'll run Monday through Thursday, but then we do have select Saturdays, June 1st, June 8th, and June 29th, and then in July, obviously, The first Saturday there in July will be the Indiana Derby on July 6th, then a couple after that. So we do have Saturday racing here for the next few months. Definitely some fun events. And yeah, we also have Memorial Day racing that we're going to have here at the end of the month. And we're going to have Survivor, the shoot and score game, soccer darts, face painter, food trucks, and more. So a lot of fun going on here for our Memorial Day racing. And I'm definitely going to outshoot you in the shoot and score game.
Pacer JJ did last year. Got the Pacers in a great series.
That was
with the Knicks,
insane
too.
that he threw up that three and nailed it.
I came up short in last year's contest, but we'll be taking on Racing Rachel here in 2024. Just want to remind everybody, again, no live racing on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, as we mentioned, pretty much this month, Monday through Thursday racing. So hope you can join us again tomorrow for Season Day. We'll wrap up the 4-day race week on Thursday. We get set to wrap up this edition of Wire to Wire. Cheers to our great sponsors in 2024. Brown Forman, Tequila Etodor Corbel, Indiana Breed Development. Also, the Winner's Circle sponsor, Murphy Trailer Sales. Great to have them on board as a sponsor of racing here at the shoe. You can reach out to Murphy Trailer Sales, our Winner's Circle sponsors, 765-361-8803 if you'd like to dial them up on your rotary. And also our tote board sponsor, big bright letters out there, as you'd expect, from B&H Electric, lighting up the new infield board here this year, Rachel, in 2024.
Yeah, I love to have them, Greg and Wilson. They're wonderful guys, and it's a great company. We also have them as the top of the gate sponsor. So thank you to all of our sponsors. 9
races on tap here today with a main track label Sloppy. We are off the turf course here on this Caesars Day Eve. Stay tuned here on the pre-race show when Wire to Wire returns. You'll be joined by racing analyst Brian Aragoni with his thoughts and analysis on the 50-cent early pick 5. But for Racing Rachel and yours truly, we're done. Have fun. Bye for now.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Back here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a glorious Tuesday. No rain can stop us from having an excellent card, a card of 9 with one quarter horse event. Let's take a look at race number 1 now, just 20 minutes away. We are sloppy and off the turf in here. And I found this early pick 5 to still remain fairly challenging in this spot. In fact, I'm going to spread it out in here and not currently use your current favorite, number 6, is not going to be on my ticket, Baytown Kitty Cat. If the 0 for 12 Baytown Kitty Cat upsets the apple cart, so be it. I will be 1, 3, 5, and 7. It does feel like a race to certainly get through. It looks like bettors having a challenging time narrowing this race down. You can see 3 horses vying for favoritism and 2 more at 7-2. Almost 5 horses even on the tote board. The only one being dismissed at this point is your long shot, blues up, greens down for Hannah Leahy and Brian Cook, but a wide open betting card. Kicks us off 20 minutes away. 1, 3, 5, and 7 for me. I'm going to go 1, 4, and 7 in the next. Maiden special weight, many of them trying the mud for the first time. Do scratch numbers 6 and 8. Hail Yeah and Dreaming Bro are out of this event. I think South Decatur is a horse who could certainly get the job done, but down on the inside, a horse who ran evenly last time out. Terraza off, Kalia aboard, not a concern there, but just one that I'm not overly confident on. Gazoop could be any type of first-time starter for Scotty Mullins, and I know Shim Racing, they certainly win their fair share of racing, and then Secret Rendezvous, Concepcion for Lauer, who got a winner yesterday, was a little bit lucky in doing so. Didn't look like he was going to win with about 10 yards to go, but got the job done, and they look to pick up a winning streak in here with Secret Rendezvous at 9-5 in the morning line. 1, 4, and 7. We'll spread out even further in the off-turf event. Usually, off-turf events aren't really races that you need to spread or go further. Usually, you can somewhat narrow them down. This one, I find to be challenging. I think Classic Kitten deserves a look in here. Certainly moves up the most off of the surface change, and then Purely Mine. This is a horse who'd been running on the turf. Bob Dobbs gets oversight of this 4-year-old filly by Mineshaft. She does have one win. That lone win came on the turf course, but I think the distance is the key for her. I'm not necessarily sure that she moved up a ton on the turf, but I do think 2 turns is what she wants to do, and that horse can be overlooked in this spot. 2, 6, 8, and 9 in race number 3. Race number 4 kicks off the late fire 5, 11.99% takeout each and every day. Certainly don't want to miss out on the late fire 5, again beginning right around 3:43 Eastern Standard Time. 2, 5, and 7 win me over, along with Air Marshal and Healing Waters. Now, Healing Waters moves up on the slot, no doubt about it. This is a horse who Heron owns and trains, bred by Swifty Farms and Midnight Luke. In the mud, 2 starts, 1 win, and 1 second. Now, I almost was going to single Win Me Over for the Gorham gang, but 0 for 2, maybe some of the worst career races have actually come in the slop. And then you start looking at it, and I think those 2 horses are going to be so heavily bet that maybe a horse who on paper might be a little step below is Emma Sanchez's Air Marshal. She owns and trains. Fernando de la Cruz going to be aboard. This horse is a half length away from winning 2 in a row and doing so at decent odds. In fact, this horse lost a photo finish at 17-1 and then came right back and was dismissed by the bettors again at 4-1. I think that could be the case. I think Air Marshal could be a big separator both that early and the late, as many people likely to key in on the 2 and the 7, which do look tough. Race number 5, off-turf event in here. I think the Wesley Ward runner was likely live. He does scratch out both in here. And why not La Marina? I mean, Kelly Fernandez, winless on the year, only 6 starts. His becomes over. This is a horse who ran her eyeballs out over at Keeneland at 66-1, ran huge, and was 4 lengths clear of your 3rd place runner. That was an 8-horse field. This horse ran a good second, 4 lengths clear. It was a strung out field. You can envision it now. And La Marina may have snuck up on people last time. I don't believe she will today. I think 5-1 would be a complete gift. The main track only, 20-1. That horse as a main track only was never going to be 20-1 ever. No main track only is likely to ever be 20-1. That horse is going to take action, but not for me. I don't think this horse has shown much in the 2 career starts, either on the turf or the dirt. Baytown Barracus is a pitch for me. I'm all about La Marina, the single for me in the early pick 5, as we've got an excellent card, a Tuesday, a hopefully drying out Tuesday, so we can get on the turf tomorrow for Caesar's Day, as we are 15 minutes away from the first post, and you can't win it if you're not in it. So get those tickets in now, and good luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races on tap. Clouds 60s, main track sloppy, sealed. We're off the turf. All races today will be run on the main track. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening meet in sprint, scratch number 2, Maylen. Number 2, Maylen has been scratched. Number 5, Kate's Concerto, a jockey change to Deshaun Parker. Deshaun Parker back in action this week. Will ride the 14 race maiden number 5, Kate's Concerto, in the maiden sprint opener. The second race maiden sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 4. Scratch number 6, Dreaming Bro, and the 8, Hell Yeah. Scratch the 6, Dreaming Bro, and 8, Hell Yeah. Number 9, You're Fired. The ownership should read Silva Racing, LLC, of trainer Miguel A. Silva. Ownership correction. Turning to the third, one of those taken off the turf course here on Caesar's Day Eve. The third race will now be run on the main track at 1 mile 70 yards. Main track sloppy. Scratch 3, Tizzy Justice. Scratch 5, Juicy Justice. Number 6, Classic Kitten. And 3 pounds to the listed program weight. Scratch the 3 and number 5. In the fourth race, starts at the 50-cent late fire 5. No carryovers on the card. Daily, low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s. Scratch from the State Bred Sprint, the 1, Cupid's Runaway. Scratch number 1, Cupid's Runaway. Number 4, Tree of Liberty, 2 pounds over. In the fifth race, maiden juvenile sprint is off the turf. Race 5 will now be run on the main track at 5 furlongs. Scratch number 1, Dang. Here comes Shang. Scratch the 1. Number 5, Shadow, has been scratched. Scratch the 5. 6, Complex Cat, a jockey change to Santo Sanjor. Santo Sanjor will ride the 6, Complex Cat. Scratch number 7, Mr. Woodford. Take out the 7. Number 8, La Rupin, has been scratched. Scratch the 8. Number 9, La Marinera, 2 pounds over. And the 10, Mondello, a jockey change to apprentice Andres Calleja, claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. Weight's okay. Andres Calleja on number 10, Mendello. Fifth race off the turf. Scratch 1, 5, 7, and number 8. On to the sixth race. Maiden 3-year-old fillies Miles. Scratch number 2, Aralyn. Scratch the 2, Aralyn. Number 7, Forever Safe. The $400,000 Keeneland September Yearling 2022 debuts and will be ridden by Axel Concepcion. Axel Concepcion for Brad Cox with the first-time starter, the 7, Forever Safe, in the maiden 3-year-old fillies Mile. The seventh race is off the turf. Maiden will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 3, Starlight Love. The 5, Pisciata. Take out the 6, Argentidad. The 7, Marina Gamba, has been scratched. Take out the 11, Don't Know Which. 12, Mischief Lily. 13, Stephanie's Warrior. And scratch number 14, I'm a Cookie Lover. With those scratchers from the maiden, note no 10-cent grand high 5. No pentafecta wagers. Scratch 3, 5, 6, 7, 11 through number 14 all have been scratched. The eighth race will now be run on the main track at 5 furlongs off the turf. Scratch number 2, Cigarette Boat. The 4, Cows. 5, Samba Lover. Scratch the 7, Stone's Throw. 9, Indigo Rich. And 11, Burnin' Ash. The 12, 5-0 Somewhere, and 13, Laver, both draw in. The 12 and 13 run. Scratch the 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, and number 11. No rider changes. Overweights. Number 10, Haskell. The ownership should read Meja de la Cruz, Joel, and Lonnie Cowles. The ownership of record for the 10, Haskell, Meja de la Cruz, Joe and Lonnie Cowles. In the ninth, quarter horse maiden juvenile over the 250. Sloppy track. 1, Flashy Beach DHD 4 over. The 2, Flair for Ritzy plus 7 pounds. 3, Beach Martini 2 over. The 4, LB Mr. Corona plus 4 pounds, makes the weight there now 128. 5, Lati Dati 2 over. Number 6, TW Trump's Secrets 5 over. The 7, Dynasties Feature plus 7. 8, Coach Pete 7 over. Number 9, WRS Apolitical Gal adds 7 extra pounds. The 10, R Love Interest 7 over. And scratch the also eligibles. 11, R Slippery Secret, 12, Encore Second Act, and 13, Cindy Pop. There is a carryover in the 10-cent quarter horse. Grand High 5 in the finale. That Pentafecta carryover, $3,192. Scratch the also eligibles, 11, 12, and number 13. Under cloudy skies, temperatures in the mid-60s. All races today on the main track were off the turf and a sealed main track labeled sloppy. We'll have the maiden sprint opener due off in 8 minutes' time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. The horses called postward for the first race. The opening maiden sprint carded at 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Scratch number 2, Maylen. Scratch the 2. Number 5, Kate's Concerto. A jockey change to Deshaun Parker. Deshaun Parker rides number 5, Kate's Concerto. Race 1 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the 50-cent early pick 5. All races today on the main track. Main track, sloppy. Near to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time for the opening sprint. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5, sloppy track. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Yamari Correa with Nobody Loves Me. Now Alberto Burgos with the 5-year-old overanalyzed mare, Simply Complicated, has joined Nobody Loves Me loading up. Hannah Leahy with Blues Up, Greens Down. Now here's Kate's Concerto. Comeback week for Deshaun Parker with 6,137 career wins. Kate's Concerto loaded. Couple in the back. Baytown Kitty Cat. Joseph Belmer claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. One more, Fernando de la Cruz with Differently. At 6 furlongs, all 9 races today on the main track. Main track sloppy. First of the day, they're in the gate. Weighing in, running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Differently broke sharp with the white cap. Right there is Simply Complicated, and Nobody Loves Me from the rail as they make this dash toward the half-mile pole. It's Differently with Simply Complicated. They're joined by Nobody Loves Me. An early 3-way battle as they head toward the far turn. And then Blues Up, Greens Down. Tracking this front flight from 4th. Kate's Concerto running second to last, and Baytown Kitty Cat trails here in the Tuesday opener. The opening quarter, sloppy track in 22.41 seconds as they enter the far turn with the rail for Yarmari Correa. It's Nobody Loves Me who just leads. Simply Complicated looking to match strides with Nobody Loves Me as they come toward the quarter pole. Differently is Fanda wide third. Then Blues Up, Greens Down, Kate's Concerto, and finally Baytown Kitty Cat as these maiden fillies of mare splash for home. It's Simply Complicated for Alberto Burgos, half mile 45.67 seconds. The 5-year-old's in front. Simply Complicated leads her filly rivals now by a half dozen lengths and growing past the 16th. Differently with Nobody Loves Me. Kate's Concerto well beaten 4th by Simply Complicated. The daughter of Overanalyze, Simply Complicated cruised in. Nobody Loves Me on the wire for second with Kate's Concerto. Differently finished 4th. One 11.29 for the maiden sloppy track. 3 Simply Complicated at 7 to 5 first. Quite a gap. The next 2 fillies in a photo after the maiden sprint. 111.29. Simply Complicated. 5-year-old mare by Overanalyze. This was her 23rd run. She gets off the mark at 7 to 5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 3, Simply Complicated with Alberto Burgos. Simply Complicated is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Overanalyze. Out of Sassy Sadie by Malibu Moon. Bred in Kentucky by St. Elias Stables LLC. Ron Harrell trains for Mia M. Garcia. Getting off the mark in her 23rd run. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Simply Complicated on Maiden No More. The judges have posted number 1, Nobody Loves Me. At 5-1 second, number 5, Kate's Concerto. At 9-2 third, and 7 differently at 9-5 fourth. 3-1, 5-7. The result of the first race official. First results in 3-1 exacta after the maiden. Return 1920. 50-cent trifecta. 315, $10.85 with differently fourth. The 10-cent superfecta. 3157 paid $3.67. In the opening sprint, the 2 was a non-runner. Favorite first. 6 ran. Sloppy track 111.29. Second race. The next maiden sprint, scratch the 6 Dreaming Bro and the 8 Hell Yeah. Scratch the 6 and number 8. Number 9, you're fired. The ownership should read Silva Racing LLC of trainer Miguel A. Silva. Ownership correction for number 9, you're fired. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Next maiden sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 4. If you're just joining, we're off the turf today. All races on the main track. The main track labeled sloppy. Post time for the second race will be in 20 minutes, due at 2:40 in all cases. Please do try to make your selections and Horseshoe Indianapolis wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first replay of the day. Hope you had a bet on the mare. Simply Complicated. Weighing running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Differently broke sharp with the white cap. Right there is Simply Complicated and Nobody Loves Me from the rail as they make this dash toward the half-mile pole. It's Differently with Simply Complicated. They're joined by Nobody Loves Me. Nearly three-way battle as they head toward the far turn. And then Blues up, Greens down. Tracking this front flight from fourth. Kate's Concerto running second to last, and Baytown Kitty Cat trails here in the Tuesday opener. The opening quarter, sloppy track in 22.41 seconds as they enter the far turn with the rail for Yarmari Correa. It's Nobody Loves Me who just leads. Simply Complicated looking to match strides with Nobody Loves Me as they come toward the quarter pole. Differently is Fandle wide third. Then Blues up, Greens down, Kate's Concerto, and finally Baytown Kitty Cat as these maiden fillies mare splash for home. It's Simply Complicated for Alberto Burgos, half mile 45.67 seconds. The 5-year-old's in front. Simply Complicated leads her filly rivals now by a half dozen lengths and growing past the 16th. Differently with Nobody Loves Me. Kate's Concerto well beaten fourth by Simply Complicated. The daughter of Overanalyze, Simply Complicated cruised in. Nobody Loves Me on the wire for second with Kate's Concerto. Differently finished fourth.
11 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have a 3-year-old nut maiden special weight, and this is for Indiana breds. They're going 6 furlongs on the sloppy main track. The 6 and the 8 are out of here. And on the 9, it should read Silva Racing LLC as the owner. So Miguel Silva, owner trainer there on the 9. I'm going to go with the 7 here on top. Secret Rendezvous has this one at 4-5. DRF formulator projected odds, and it is sitting right now as the favorite at 4-5. Secret Rendezvous, it's Axel Concepcion aboard for the Lowers. Mike and Penny bred, own, and train this 4-year-old gelding who is second last time out versus similar. Now, granted, that was last year in August. Didn't race for the remainder of the meet, September, October, November, so has had 8 months off. But has ran the sprint distance nicely back in May. If you look at a couple of the maiden special weight tries there on the debut, was second by a nose and then second again. Switched to a route and was close the last time in August, and once beaten by a neck at a mile and 16th on the grass. So getting back to sprint distance where he was pretty close those couple times, combined with the 72 he put up, makes him, it looks like, the one to beat here. And then I'm going to go to the rail, 9-1 South Decatur. Andre Calleja is aboard here for Clemaco Torres. This one was third last time out versus similar in that race. Now, this one ran in maiden special weights here last year, then tried at Turfway, switched barns, and ran in a maiden claiming for 7,500. And really, that was the closest this one has been, even though it was fourth. Was only beaten 2 lengths in the third place finish last time out versus similar was 5, almost 6 back. So I think honestly getting the lead in this race would be a big difference. Does he have enough speed to get the lead? Not sure. You know, the 7 is kind of a closer, looks like. This one, if can get that early speed, might be a threat. And then the 2, which is 5-2 right now on the tote board. And our projected odds have this one going off at more of 2-1, the 1 South Decatur 5-1. But right now, what did I say? It was sitting at 5-2. Ricky Wannabe, Abel Cedillo aboard for Eric Foster. This is a 3-year-old gelding making his 3rd lifetime start. Abel's also had a few wins and a 3rd in the last couple weeks of racing, so he's hot. This one, the Poly Try on debut March 15th at 6 furlongs, so today's distance, put up a 72, which is comparable to Secret Rendezvous, same 72 Brisnet speed figure, and had a troubled trip. I tried to look up the replay quickly, but I couldn't get it, but was second by 3.5 in that one. And then that was at Turfway, and then tried dirt and was 7th on April 24th. So let's try it again. I'm not sure how any of these horses are going to take the slop, but we'll definitely have to see. Makes this a tough race to handicap, but right now, even money on the 7 Secret Rendezvous is my top selection. Good luck.
The horses call post for now for the second race. This maiden sprint carded at 6 furlongs, a field of 7. Scratch the 6, Dreaming Bro, and the 8, Hell Yeah. Scratch the 6 and number 8 from the race card. Number 9, You're Fired. The ownership should read Silva Racing LLC, that of trainer Miguel A. Silva. Race 2 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 4 off main track sloppy. Off the turf. Do it 240. Less than 1 minute to post time. Starts at the 50-cent early pick 4 with a maiden sprint. Sloppy track, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Rank Kuick. Andres Cayenne with South Decatur. Gazoop coming up. Alberto Burgos riding for the opening double. First time starter Gazoop. Abel Cedillo, Ricky Wannabe has joined South Decatur. Now here's Gazoop. German Terraza with Benny's Day. Fernando de la Cruz with My Pal Greg. Axel Concepcion. Secret Rendezvous, green with the white diamond belt. One more. Andres Alo with You're Fired.
Whoa, Pony, what are you doing? That son of a bitch that flips behind the gate.
Secret Rendezvous now the 7-5 favorite. 10-1, You're Fired.
Watch your head, Jock.
One of the three first-time starters, You're Fired. The maiden opener went in 111.29. Sloppy track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. There's South Decatur, who dashes away from the rail for Andres Cayenne. It's South Decatur straight to the front from the first-time starter Gazoop, who chases the pace. You're Fired on the far outside, and My Pal Greg toward the inside is a joint third. Then toward the inside is Ricky Wannabe, now through from fifth. Then comes Benny's Day and wide. Secret Rendezvous trails the maiden sprint as they go past the half-mile pole. It's South Decatur cutting out the pace. South Decatur leads them here over this sloppy track in front of Ricky Wannabe. The opening quarter in 22.15 seconds. They have 3 furlongs left. Aiming for South Decatur. Ricky Wannabe second on the outside with You're Fired up into third. Gazoop showed speed but has dropped back. Secret Rendezvous is picking up on the extreme outside as they come past the quarter pole. My Pal Greg is second to last, and Benny's Day trails as they turn for home. It's South Decatur. South Decatur in front off the turn from You're Fired, who sweeps toward the inside. Ricky Wannabe, half mile in 45.55 seconds, 1 furlong to go. It's South Decatur. South Decatur looking to go gate to wire, and in front here by 4 past the 16th. You're Fired, Ricky Wannabe. Secret Rendezvous is next, well clear. It's South Decatur. South Decatur has won it by 4. You're Fired was second. Third's close between Secret Rendezvous and Ricky Wannabe. $112.20 after the maiden sprint. 112.20 sloppy track number 1, South Decatur. At 7-2 was first. It was 10-1 on number 9, You're Fired, one of the first-time starters. South Decatur, gate to wire. 9, You're Fired. Very little in that show photo. Hold all tickets until official. Andres Cayenne claims a 7-pound apprentice allowance, gets another meet win. Here for Wendling Cox Stables. It's South Decatur at 7-2. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the one South Decatur with Andres Calleja. South Decatur is a 4-year-old big gelding by Palace, out of Valère by Cape Blanco. Bred here in the Hoosier State by owner Kenneth Wendlings. Wendling Cox Stables LLC, trained by Clamaco Galindo Torres. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. South Decatur out to the maiden ranks. After the running of the second race maiden, 112.20, number 1 South Decatur at 7-2 was first. 9, You're Fired at 10-1 was second, and there will be a dead heat for third. A dead heat for third between the 2 Ricky Wannabe and the 7 Secret Rendezvous. The 2 Ricky Wannabe Number 7, Secret Rendezvous, in a dead heat for third. The result of the second race is now official. With the dead heat for third between the 2, Ricky Wannabe and 7, Secret Rendezvous. A couple of winning trifecta and superfecta pays after the maiden sprint. The 1-9 exacta paid $112.20, 3-1 double $33.20. The first of those 10-cent superfectas, 1927, paid $18.29. 1972 10-cent superfecta, $14.70. A couple of winning trifectas, 50-cent trifecta 192, $45.70. 197 50-cent trifecta, $32.90. In the maiden, the 6 and 8 were non-runners. The favorite was in a dead heat for third, Secret Rendezvous. 7 faced the starter, 112.20 sloppy track. Third race next on the docket. One of those taken off the turf course here on Caesar's Day Eve. Race 3 will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 3, Tizzy Justice. 5, Juicy Justice. Scratch the 3 and 5. 6, Classic Kitten, 3 pounds over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be at 3:18. And they're off. There's South Decatur, who dashes away from the rail for Andres Calleja. It's South Decatur straight to the front from the first-time starter Gazoop, who chases the pace. You're fired on the far outside, and my pal Greg toward the inside is a joint third. Then toward the inside is Ricky Wannabe, now through from 5th. Then comes Benny's Day, and wide Secret Rendezvous trails the maiden sprint as they go past the half-mile pole. It's South Decatur cutting out the pace. South Decatur leads them here over this sloppy track in front of Ricky Wannabe. The opening quarter in 22.15 seconds. They have 3 furlongs left. Aiming for South Decatur. Ricky Wannabe second on the outside with You're Fired up into third. Gazoop showed speed but has dropped back. Secret Rendezvous is picking up on the extreme outside as they come past the quarter pole. My pal Greg is second to last, and Benny's Day trails as they turn for home. It's South Decatur. South Decatur in front off the turn from You're Fired, who sweeps toward the inside. Ricky Wannabe, half mile in 45.55 seconds, 1 furlong to go. It's South Decatur. South Decatur looking to go gate to wire, and in front here by 4 past the 16th. You're Fired, Ricky Wannabe. Secret Rendezvous is next, well clear. It's South Decatur. South Decatur has won it by 4. You're Fired was second. Third's close between Secret Rendezvous and Ricky Wannabe. Well, track announcer John G. Dooley with today's edition of Dooley's Data. There were no claims in the sprint opener. That maiden won by Simply Complicated. And one race ago, the second race was a maiden special weight sprint, and that just won by South Decatur. So congratulations to the win connections of our first two maiden sprint winners on a sloppy track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But speaking of claims, let's take a look at the claims so far here at Horseshoe Indianapolis during this 2024 race meet. Early on, of course, we kicked off with the total solar eclipse here back on April 8th. And thus far, claims-wise, here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, well, it's been a slow start to the 2024 meet insofar as the claims box goes. Only 6 claims this far into the 2024 race meet, and 3 of those, in fact, were placed yesterday. So we were a bit busy on this Caesars week at the claims box, at least. They totaled up for $72,500, and through 2 races today, as I mentioned, no claims after the opener, and the second race was, in fact, a maiden special weight. Last time at this year, there were already 11 claims worth more than $142,000, so versus 2023, slow at the claim box at this meet. The highest priced claim so far at the 2024 season, that was back on April 23rd, opening month of the meet, when Metallic Man was claimed by Randy Matthews from Randy Klopp for $25,000, the highest price claim so far here in 2024 at the shoe. And there have been no multiple claims yet this season on one horse. So every claim that has been submitted at the claims box in the racing office has been properly submitted and has been successful. So claims-wise, off to a slow start in 2024, at least versus last year here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. No claims through 2 on this Tuesday card here at the shoe. Don't forget, big day on tap tomorrow. Hope you can come back to the races for a terrific card on Caesars Day, that tomorrow here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Ten minutes away from race number 3 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we have our first off-turf event. Unfortunately, off the turf today on a sloppy main track. This race stayed together a little bit better than some of the others. Scratch number 3, Tizzy Justice, along with Juicy Justice, number 5. A couple of the Justices out of this event, and I happen to fancy a horse who I believe probably moved up the most with the surface change, and that is Classic Kitten. This is a horse who was originally scheduled to try the turf on the debut today, or their turf debut, after Joe Davis took over from Gennaro Garcia. Gennaro Garcia had moderate success with this horse last year, 2/3 and a maiden breaking score at the maiden special weight level, albeit not against the strongest group in my opinion. But I thought there was significant improvement from 2 to 3 for this good-looking chestnut filly by Charming Kitten, who certainly looks the part down here in the walking ring. I like the way this one has turned out. Ran on May 1st here, was ridden for the lead, but ultimately was forced to track behind the leader on the rail. Shifted out at the top of the lane, and I thought was running on very well, only beaten by a length and a half behind Raffaella. Went off at 14-1 that day. Currently favored, and it's mostly because this horse has plenty of experience on the main track and a good run under their belt this year. Should be stronger, a little bit tighter. Fitness doesn't look to be any issues for Classic Kitten down here in the walking ring. Second start off the layoff, a good number for Joe Davis. He wins at 20%. You have certainly been warned on Classic Kitten. Another horse who moved up in here, but Tony Granitz was likely excited to try this upstart filly on the turf. That's number 8, Up the Odds. Fernando de la Cruz for In the Green Stables, who is trying to get on the green, but unfortunately they'll be back on the dirt, where this horse has been consistent on the main track. That's what you like to see. Debuted running a good second at 3-1, was bet down to 3-1 on debut in an 8-horse field, then took on 10 horses and went off at 6-5, rallying nicely to get up near the shadow of the wire. Now that final time, 143.27, certainly not going to set any land records, as Up the Odds doesn't like me talking about that slow maiden breaking score, but settles down nicely for the handler in here, and Up the Odds currently your clear second choice, at least on the board, at 5-2. The horse who got upset the apple cart in here is Purely Mine. The computers seem seemingly in love with this horse. 10-1 down to 5-1 for Bob Dobbs as he takes over from Randy Matthews. A horse that has a lone victory, but that lone victory did come long going on the turf. I think this one could be any sort. I don't necessarily believe that the improvement was because of the surface change. It looks, at least to my uneducated eye, that the improvement was due to the distance, and that's exactly what we get in here today. 1.70 miles for Purely Mine. Now, many people would likely say this horse needs to be on the turf. They try to enter on the turf. That could be true, but 2 turns on the main track, I think this horse is a stayer in here. Certainly willing to grind in the lane when maybe some of the others need a race or two off of the layoff. I think Purely Mine, an intriguing sort in here for Rob Dobbs. The 4-year-old filly does take on a few younger horses in here, but the layoff is ultimately a concern. But Rob Dobbs does an excellent job when he takes over for other trainers. He wins at 38%, and he usually has his horses ready to go at first asking, winning at 29% as well. Gets a veteran rider, a Hall of Fame rider, Rodney Prescott in the saddle, no worse for the wear, with a Hall of Famer aboard your horse. It's Purely Mine at 5-1, but I am all about number 6. We'll see if Classic Kitten can get the job done in here. Our first off-turf event of the day, but still plenty of great racing action here. A lukewarm favorite at 5-2, as we'll see who gets the job done and gets that elusive second victory of the career just 5 minutes from now. Good luck.
The Phillies mare stepping onto a sloppy track here for the third race. It was one of those taken off the turf course. Moved to the main track, this at 1 mile and 70 yards. 1 mile, 70 yards sloppy. A field of 7. Scratch 3, Tizzy Justice, and 5, Juicy Justice. Scratch the 3 in number 5. 6, Classic Kitten, plus 3 pounds. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time, 3 minutes to the off. Post time in 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70-yard start. Sloppy track. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Fizzle. Alberto Burgos won the opener. Simply Complicated and South Decatur are first two winners. Alvin Jimenez with Classic Kitten has joined Fizzle. Abel Cedillo with Americana Anna. Evan Roman, pillow drop loading. Now Sando Sanjo with Tap the Line. Fernando de la Cruz up the odds of the Kelly Green at 1 mile 70 yards. Classic Kitten 8-2-5 favorite. 5-2 Americana Anna and 7-2 up the odds. Now 7-1 Purely Mine. Rodney Prescott, the all-time winningest rider here. Turf racing waved off on Caesar's Day Eve. They're in the gate. Theroff. Good start for Classic Kitten. Fizzled toward the inside. Here comes an early bid by Purely Mine and up the odds. And the Kelly Green is close up as they enter the first turn with Alberto Burgos. It's Fizzle who leads them here in the drizzle. Fizzle to the top with 7 furlongs to run. On the outside is Purely Mine and Americana Anna's saving ground. Classic Kitten and the leading quartet at the 6.5. With up the odds running in 5th, it's a break of 3 more to pillow drop toward the rail, and Tap the Line has drifted back to be 7th and last. The opening quarter sloppy track for Fizzle. 23.80 seconds. Fizzle dictates terms to Purely Mine. Americana Anna and Classic Kitten has the red cap. With the up the odds running a wide 5th. It's a break of 3 more to Tap the Line, and the trailer remains. Pillow drop. It's Fizzle, the front runner, to a half mile from home. Fizzle leans Americana Anna looking to draw in. Purely Mine is running in 3rd. Up the odds. Classic Kitten being asked to gain now past the half mile. Tap the Line, and the trailer remains. Pillow drop. The front runner still Fizzle. Half mile in 47.78 seconds with just inside 3 furlongs left, and to track down Fizzle. With Americana Anna drawing in now for Abel Cedillo. It's Fizzle by 3/4 length as Americana Anna looms up. Tap the Line is running in 3rd at the quarter pole. Purely Mine with up the odds. Pillow drop just relegated Classic Kitten to last. Americana Anna coming to take on Fizzle as they turn for home together. 3/4, 1 at 12.99 seconds. Americana Anna has gained the advantage with 1 furlong to go. Slightly edging left but clear. It's Americana Anna who's pulled clear to a 4-length lead past the 16th from Fizzle. Running on is Tap the Line, and then Pillow Drop with a late bid. It's Americana Anna. Americana Anna finishes on top by 6. Pillow Drop gains 2nd from Tap the Line. Fizzle finished 4th. 144.09 on a sloppy track. 2 Americana Anna. 3-2 first. They've called for a place photograph. Hold all tickets until official Abel Cedillo. For Michelle Elliott, KP Thoroughbreds, daughter of Fast Anna. Americana Anna, the favorite home. The judges have posted after a photograph number 7 pillow drop at 14-1 second for Tap the Line, at 23-1 third, and 1 Thizzle 8-1 fourth, 2-7 for 1. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 2 Americana Anna with Abel Cedillo. Americana Anna, 4-year-old dark bear brown filly by Fast Anna. At a Big Chister Ridge by Cactus Ridge. Bred in Indiana by Ben Grime and Elaine Grime. Michelle Elliott trains for Kathy Dents. KP Thoroughbreds LLC and Brent Sutton. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Americana Anna at 3-2. The results of the third race official. 2-7 Exacta paid $43.80. First pick 3 of the day. Combining Simply Complicated with South Decatur with Americana Anna. Pick 3, $20.55. 50-cent trifecta, 274, $64.30. The 1-2 double, $27.20. Thizzle fourth, 10-cent superfecta, 2741, returned $103.49. In the third, the 3 and 5 with the non-runners. Favorite first, 7 fillies mares ran. Sloppy track, 144.09 after the running of race 3. We turn the page to the fourth. Fourth race sprint, scratch the 1 Cupid's Runaway. Number 1 Cupid's Runaway has been scratched. No rider changes for Tree of Liberty, 2 pounds over. The fourth race features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts at the 50-cent late fire 5 on an all main track day. Post time at 20 minutes at 3:49. Caesar's Day here tomorrow. Therolf. Good start for Classic Kitten. Thizzle toward the inside. Here comes an early bid by Purely Mine and Up the Odds. And the Kelly Green is close up as they enter the first turn with Alberto Burgos. It's Thizzle who leads them here in the drizzle. Thizzle to the top with 7 furlongs to run. On the outside is Purely Mine and Americana Anna's saving ground. Classic Kitten and the leading quartet at the 6.5. With Up the Odds running in 5th, it's a break of 3 more. 2 pillow drop toward the rail, and Tap the Line has drifted back to be 7th and last. The opening quarter sloppy track for Thizzle. 23.80 seconds. Thizzle dictates terms to Purely Mine. Americana Anna and Classic Kitten has the red cap. With the Up the Odds running a wide 5th. It's a break of 3 more to tap the line, and the trailer remains. Pillow drop. It's Thizzle, the front runner, to a half mile from home. Thizzle leans Americana Anna, looking to draw in. Purely Mine is running in third. Up the odds, Classic Kitten being asked to gain now past the half mile. Tap the line, and the trailer remains. Pillow drop. The front runner still Thizzle. Half mile in 47.78 seconds, with just inside 3 furlongs left, and to track down Thizzle. With Americana Anna drawing in now for Abel Cedillo. It's Thizzle by 3/4 length as Americana Anna looms up. Tap the Line is running in third at the quarter pole. Purely Mine with Up the Odds. Pillow Drop just relegated Classic Kitten to last. Americana Anna coming to take on Thizzle as they turn for home together. 3/4, 1 at 12.99 seconds. Americana Anna has gained the advantage with 1 furlong to go. Slightly edging left but clear. It's Americana Anna who's pulled clear to a 4-length lead past the 16th from Thizzle. Running on is Tap the Line, and then Pillow Drop with a late bid. It's Americana Anna. Americana Anna finishes on top by 6. Pillow Drop gains second from Tap the Line. Thizzle finished fourth.
Now just 9 minutes away from my favorite time of the day, the late Fire 5 on a sloppy off track. Do scratch number 1 out of this event. Cupid's Runaway 15-1 for Randy Clapp. Will run away on a different day, but today we will have 6 of them navigating this distance on a sloppy main track. 6 furlongs going to be the ultimate distance in here, and I happen to agree with the bettors that Win Me Over is tough to get around in this spot, but the slop could be the ultimate equalizer. This horse, in my opinion, ran the fastest time last time out. A nice Beyer jump up of 78. In fact, it was a career best Beyer for this 4-year-old gelding who previously had 13 starts. Seems to be getting better with age. Shorty Perez going to be riding for the Gorhams in here with Win Me Over. The good news is this horse does have 2 wins, one of them at this distance, both of them at this track. However, hasn't hit the board in 2 starts on a wet track. Now, those wet track experience races weren't really similar to what we're facing today. Maybe a little bit further than they wanted to go. It was going 2 turns and certainly didn't run poorly by any means. It was beaten by 5 lengths at 5-2 and then was beaten by 7 lengths after showing speed on Indiana Derby Day in a $100,000 stakes race where they lost to King Ice. So the story between the story is that Win Me Over certainly didn't run bad on those sloppy races, but should appreciate the cutback today. I think second time out off the layoff is a good number for Bob Gorham in here. He wins at 19% second start off the layoff. Perez aboard. That's his first call rider in here. A handful to saddle, hopefully a handful out on the track as well. Currently even money in the horse to beat. After that, we'll take a look at number 5. I think this could be the horse to bet in here. Air Marshal, who has 2 wins from 11 starts. Both of them came locally, and both of them came at this distance. In fact, one of them came last time out just on May 1st. It's a little bit of a short turnaround, 2 weeks time off, but this horse is in good form right now. In fact, it was a photo finish away from getting through that non-worse at 2 condition at 18-1. They broke sharp, kind of sucked out of it from in between and finished up very well off the long layoff. They came back, got the job done. Bettors usually overlook Air Marshal. I don't really understand why. And despite coming back on only 2 weeks rest, look at Air Marshal the way he's turned out today. This 4-year-old Gray Gelding is on the toes, on the muscle, and looks ready to rock and roll in here at 4-1. The 7 is Healing Waters. Now, I'm sure the connections were doing the rain dance in here because Healing Waters certainly moves up the most on a sloppy off track. This is a horse who has faced an off track twice, does have 1 win and 1 second as the rain continues to bless us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But hopefully it will be stopping soon so we can get back on that turf for Caesars Day tomorrow. But this is a horse who does love the slop, ran an even running 3rd place finish, but was actually flattered, and it may have been better than it looked because they lost to Adios Gary, who went on to win again and has now won 4 in a row. So that race likely live as well. Let's take a look at this late Fire 5. We went through the top 3 selections. We're going to use all of them in here. Race number 5. This is a 2-year-old event. Many first-time starters mixed in with some horses with experience. I believe I've found the best of both worlds. La Marinera, the horse I want the most with experience, and then Complex Cat. Could be any sort for Ray Hernandez. He debuted a nice one yesterday. This one could be just as good. He owns and trains this 2-year-old Complexity Colt. I think that horse can run on either turf or dirt, but gets the main track today. We'll use 6-9 Cooter's numbers in race number 5. Race number 6, this is a challenging one. Maiden special weight going 1 mile in here. Not overly convinced that truly anyone wants to actually go this distance or this far. Many of them have been running evenly in the lane. We'll go 3, 4, 5, and 8. Please Stop Talking is a horse that I don't want to leave off any of my tickets, certainly not yours. Gennaro Garcia for Southwest Racing Stables gets the blinkers on today. That's a horse who broke slow, was really never ridden to win that day, and it seemed like the plan was to always stretch out. They closed willingly, galloped out much best. I think the 3-year-old filly should improve with the added distance today. The last and final. Let's jump ahead. 5 furlongs off turf. How about 20-1 on the single? Main track only at 20-1 for Kenny Spraggins. Sign me up all day, every day when you can find a 20-1 single. We'll be win wagering and hitting the exacta button on 5-0 somewhere. Hopefully we get anywhere near that morning line price set by a professional, and 20-1 would be an awfully nice way to to end the night before Caesars Stakes Day tomorrow. The riders getting the leg up. They'll be at the gate just 4 minutes from now. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the fourth race. This state-bred sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Scratch number 1, Cupid's Runaway. Scratch the 1. Number 4, Tree of Liberty, plus 2 pounds. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts at the 50-cent late fire 5. Sloppy track, off the turf. Main track sloppy, 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Starts to the 50-cent late fire 5. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Loading Eddie Perez with Win Me Over coming up. Gold Diggin' Devil. Alberto Burgos with a win on the card. Tree of Liberty. Summer Paulie claims a 10-pound apprentice allowance. Next, Fernando de la Cruz pilots Air Marshal. McKenna Anderson with Base Coat. Win Me Over 6-5 favorite at 6 furlongs. One more. Evan Roman with Healing Waters. This State-bred sprint at 6 furlongs starts the 50-cent late fire 5 all in. Robin sprinting. Base Coat broke sharp along with Air Marshal. Healing Waters in the white cap. Tree of Liberty now with an early bid and Win Me Over with the rail. It's Tree of Liberty. Tree of Liberty to the early lead for Summer Paulie. Joined on the outside by Air Marshal. Win Me Over tight at the rail. Healing Waters fourth on the outside and now making headway as they move past the half-mile pole. It's a break of 3 more to Gold Diggin' Devil and beaten for pace. Base Coat trails the Sextet in the slop. It's Tree of Liberty. The opening quarter in 22.41 seconds. Tree of Liberty, the leader, with inside 3 furlongs to go. As Healing Waters strides up on the outside now, strongly for Evan Roman coming toward the quarter pole. It's Healing Waters and Tree of Liberty as these Indiana breds turn for home. Toward the inside, Win Me Over with that gaping hole. Gold Diggin' Devil after vying Air Marshal toward the inside part of the track, and finally Base Coat, half mile, 45.52 through the goo. It's Win Me Over up the inside. Tree of Liberty under pressure between horses. Healing Waters is in for the fight too, past the 16th. Win Me Over toward the inside, and Healing Waters. Win Me Over for Eddie Perez. Win Me Over. And a photo finish close there, nose between them. Win Me Over and Healing Waters. Photo. Gold Diggin' Devil and Base Coat past those tired rivals. 1:11.19 after the state bred sprint. We're standing by for the run order from the judges. Two, 7, 3, 4. 2 Win Me Over at Diva Money. Gets the result narrowly over 7 Healing Waters. At 9-5 second, Gamely just missed. Win Me Over has beaten Healing Waters, 3 Gold Diggin' Devil, 8-1 third, and 4 Tree of Liberty at 7-1. Holding fourth in 1:11.19. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 2 Win Me Over with Eddie Perez. Win Me Over. 4-year-old Dark Bear Brown gelding by Tamarcuz. Out of Hobie Wins by Exchange Rate, Brennan, Indiana by St. Simon Place. Bob Gorham trains. Eddie Perez in Marion Gorman's Silks. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Win Me Over. Edges Healing Waters after the sprint. Official. 2-7 exact after the win photograph. $9 even. This pick 3 covered races 2, 3, and 4. $20.30. With Gold Diggin' Devil third. The 50-cent trifecta 273 paid $7.60. 2 double 11.20 10-cent superfecta. 2734 coming back $5.61. 6 ran sloppy track 1:11.19. Fifth race. Maiden Juvenile Sprint moved to the main track at 5 furlongs. It's 19 minutes away. Scratch the 1. Dang, here comes Shang. The 5 Shadow. 7 Mr. Woodford. Scratch the 8 La Rupin. Scratch 1-5. 7 and number 8. Couple of jockey changes. 6 Complex Cat ridden by Santo Sanjor. On 6 Complex Cat Santo Sanjor. Number 10 Mendello ridden by Andres Calleja. Has a win on the card. Weight's okay. Claims a 7-pound apprentice allowance. Double bug 112 Andres Calleja. On the 10 Mendello. Number 9 La Marinera. 2 pounds over. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the late pick 4. Post time at 4:18 sloppy track. Rolfin sprinting. Base coat broke sharp along with Air Marshal. Healing Waters in the white cap. Tree of Liberty now with an early bid and Win Me Over with the rail. It's Tree of Liberty. Tree of Liberty to the early lead for Summer Pauly. Joined on the outside by Air Marshal. Win Me Over tight at the rail. Healing Waters fourth on the outside and now making headway as they move past the half-mile pole. It's a break of 3 more to Gold Diggin' Devil and beaten for pace. Base coat trails the Sextet in the slop. It's Tree of Liberty. The opening quarter in 22.41 seconds. Tree of Liberty, the leader, with inside 3 furlongs to go. As Healing Waters strides up on the outside now, strongly for Evan Roman coming toward the quarter pole. It's Healing Waters and Tree of Liberty as these Indiana breds turn for home. Toward the inside, Win Me Over with that gaping hole. Gold Diggin' Devil after vying Air Marshal toward the inside part of the track, and finally Base Coat, half mile, 45.52 through the goo. It's Win Me Over up the inside. Tree of Liberty under pressure between horses. Healing Waters is in for the fight too, past the 16th. Win Me Over toward the inside, and Healing Waters. Win Me Over for Eddie Perez. Win Me Over. And a photo finish close there, nose between them. Win me over and
10 minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got a 2-year-old maiden. It was supposed to be 5 furlongs on the turf. Now it's 5/8 on the main. I had the 8 on top on my tip sheet, but it got scratched right prior to me going down to the pre-race show. So we're going to go 9-12-6 here. So let's start with La Mariana. It's a 4-5 favorite. Ronald Hisby is aboard here for Kelly Fernandez. This one coming from Keeneland, an April 26th try at 4.5, and it was a maiden special weight for 80. Got it to the lead by half a length and just kind of hung on. Lugged in though, and you know, something like that's not really that shocking when you have these 2-year-olds. They're learning, and this is also the first time that she's going to run on slop when they get, you know, mud thrown in their face. Sometimes they haven't experienced that. She has worked on a good track quite a few times, so I'm not foreseeing that to be a huge problem. So right now, 4-5. I think everybody agrees in this group she's the standout. Next, I'm going to go to the MTO. It seemed that there has been, especially here at the beginning of this meet, there's been some also eligible luck. Some long shots have hit the board that have drawn in. And this one I think is one that is interesting. This is trained by Paul McEntee. Joe Billmore is aboard. And hasn't done much, but if you look at those races, first of all, they're those tough Keeneland races. Tried 4.5 on dirt, tried 5.5 on turf. We're going to do 5 here today on dirt, and didn't do much, but was checked pretty hard and in the first race. And then in the second race, I don't really have an excuse for that other than probably just did not like turf. It was a big, you know, full 12-horse field. Kind of got lost in there. If you look at the replay, just kind of got lost in the shuffle, and I think ran looking a little overwhelmed. But again, 2-year-olds, you know, they're doing these things for the first time. And I also think once a horse runs, does something, just as horses, not even racehorses, the second time is always better. They're creatures of habit. The more you do something with them, the better they are, obviously. So, but we're running the first time on an off track. The muddy work, though, on May 8th holds promise because this horse has, you know, been out on the track, you know, kicking through mud. And then we're going to go to the 6, Complex Cat. The 6 right now is 7-2. This is a 2-year-old colt who has Santos Sanger aboard today. Marcelino got dazed. He's going to be back tomorrow for the big day, thankfully. But Santo having a great start to the meet. He's in the top 5. And this one, there's a work on April 27th, but the April 20th work is nice. 5 of 20, 36 and 3. And then also the gate work on April 5th looks good. Ray Hernandez has owned and bred this one. Santos looking for his first one on the card, but and so is Ray. Also want to mention the 10 because Andres Calea is aboard that one, and he's looking for a double here in this race. So I've got 9-12-6 in a baby race that honestly with the mud and the scratches and stuff, it's really changed the landscape of the race. But I agree with the bettors. La Mariana does look like the one to beat here with Ronald Hisby aboard. We're just 6 minutes to the 5th race. Good luck.
rating for the 5th race. Maiden juveniles here at 5 furlongs. Main track Sloppy, a field of 8. Scratch 1, Dang, here comes Shang. The 5, Shadow. Third and 8, La Rupin. Scratch 1, 5, 7, and 8. 6, Complex Cat. The jockey Santo Sandro on 6, Complex Cat. 10, Mandello. The rider Andres Calleja. Waits okay, Double Bug. Andres Calleja claims the 7 pounds. The 9, La Marinera, 2 pounds over. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3 and start to the late pick 4. Drop soon. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Ronald Hisby with La Marinera. Jaime Torres with Moneyline. Joins Andres Zaloa. Permit to Carry debuts. Mandela loaded. Permit to Carry's got all in. Jose Riquelme with the newcomer, Super Maxima, in the black house silks. Now Fernando de la Cruz with Mischief Humor. A couple back. Santo Sanjor, first-time starter Complex Cat. La Marinera, the 4-5 favorite. Sloppy track. Start here with a late pick 4 from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Complex Cat at 4-1. Stand by, one more. Main track only entered. Baytown Baracus. Joseph Belmer for Paul McEntee. 4-5 La Marinera. They're in the gate. They're off, racing 5 furlongs. A fast start for Permit to Carry in between horses. La Marinera has the red cap and Moneyline with the rail. Right there in between horses is Mandelo. Baytown Baracus strides up on the far outside. Complex Cat in that herd with the black cap and sleeves and tight quarters. At the 3.5, Mischief Humor is running second to last, and after a couple of furlongs, the newcomer, Super Maxima, has dropped back to last. The leader here is Permit to Carry. Out in front for Andres Zaloa. Takes them through an opening quarter in 22.86 seconds. Ronald Hisby and La Marinera right there poised as these maiden 2-year-olds turn for home. With on the outside, Baytown Baracus and Moneyline starts a move in between horses with the blue blinkers. It's Permit to Carry coming down toward the final furlong in front here. Permit to Carry with Moneyline moving up nicely between horses now for Jaime Torres. La Marinera on the outside, then Complex Cat and Mandelo is next. They come past the 16th, the son of Motown. It's Moneyline at second asking, and Moneyline gets the result by 3. La Marinera was the runner-up. Permit to Carry third. Mandelo finished fourth. $59.67 for the maiden juvenile. 59.67. 293.10 to Moneyline. At 7-2 first. 9 La Marinera. 4-5 favorite second home. 3 Permit to Carry at 11-1 third. And there's the 10 Mandelo. 36-1 getting into the frame after the maiden juvenile sprint. 59.67. Jaime Torres in town on the son of Motown. It's Moneyline at second asking. Starts a late pick 4. It's 7-2 on Caesar's Day Eve. the result of race 5 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 2 money line. Jaime Torres comes in to win. Money line, 2-year-old dark bear brown colt by Motown. And the dial to go by Dialed In. Bred in Kentucky by Juan Pedra. K.O. Karamori trains her owner George A. Sharp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Moneyline takes out the maiden juvenile sprint at 7-2. The 2-9 exacta returned $21.40. 50-cent trifecta, $293, $38.45. The 50-cent early pick 5 result in on 5 of 5. $268.15 on this all main track card. The 2-2 double, $22.60. 50-cent early pick 4 daily starts on our second of the day. 4 of 4, $87.85. 10-cent superfecta, Mendello 4th, $293.10, $54.15. 50-cent pick 3 paid $19.35. 59.67 after the running of race 5. In the 6th race, the maiden 3-year-old fillies mile scratched the 2 Aralyn. Scratched the 2 number 7 Forever Safe. That $400,000 Keeneland September yearling 2022 buy will be ridden by Axel Concepcion for Brad Cox. Axel Concepcion will don John Oxley silks with the 7, the first timer, Forever Safe. Scratch the 2. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent grand high 5, pentafecta wagering featured on the mile, double pick 3, post time in 17 minutes at 4:47. Caesar's Day tomorrow off at 2:10. They're off, racing 5 furlongs, a fast start for Permit to Carry in between horses. La Marinera has the red cap and money line with the rail. Right there in between horses is Mendello. Baytown Baraka strides up on the far outside. Complex Cat in that herd with the black cap and sleeves and tight quarters. At the 3.5, Mischief Humor is running second to last, and after a couple of furlongs, the newcomer, Super Maxima, has dropped back to last. The leader here is Permit to Carry. Out in front for Andrés Ulloa. Takes them through an opening quarter in 22.86 seconds. Ronald Hisby and La Marinera right there poised as these maiden 2-year-olds turn for home. With on the outside, Baytown Baracus and Moneyline starts a move in between horses with the blue blinkers. It's Permit to Carry coming down to the final furlong in front here. Permit to Carry with Moneyline moving up nicely between horses now for Jaime Torres. La Marinera on the outside, then Complex Cat and Mendello is next. They come past the 16th, the son of Motown. It's Moneyline at second asking, and Moneyline gets the result by 3. La Marinera was the runner-up. Permit to Carry third. Mendello finished fourth.
10 minutes away from race number 6. Do scratch number 2, Lynn out of this event in here. 1 mile the distance, and it looks like the Brad Cox trainee taking all of the action in this spot. Currently 6-5 early on in the wagering. Still 10 minutes away to this sloppy 1 mile turf event for 3-year-old fillies, all looking for their first career victory. I'm going to go to a horse who's tried a little bit of everything thus far. They debuted over at Turfway on the synthetic while sprinting. In fact, it was on Ruby Stakes Day, one of the premier, if not the premier day of the meet over at Turfway Park on March 23rd. Came back a month later to stretch it out to 2 turns on the turf with Flavion Pratt aboard, an even running 6th place finish, only beaten by 5 lengths that day behind Waves of Mischief, who was an impressive winner that day. Now they'll try the dirt and 1 mile. The distance not an issue. The dirt a little bit of an unknown in here, but I certainly love the way this one turned out today. Looks excellent down here in the walker ring. The 3-year-old filly by Hard Spun could be any sort. It looks like they ultimately want to be on the turf course, but they do maintain this spot on the main track in here. And this is truly a wild card in here. Turf to dirt is a good sign for Rudolph Brissett as he wins at about 18%. But this is where they wanted to be. It's not like this is an off-turf event by any means. This is a race that was scheduled to be on the dirt throughout, not one of our off-turf events. So they definitely wanted to try the turf, and the money's come in as well. 4-1 morning line, currently right around 3-1. If those DRF projections hold true, this horse likely to go off at 5-2 for the homebred for Peter Blum. We'll see if Alex Ashard can get his photo taken with the good-looking Don't Look Back. But the long shot that I found appealing, and I actually almost put this horse on top, is Please Stop Talking. Correa and Gennaro Garcia in here for Southwest Racing Stables. They'll make an equipment change. The blinkers going on. Southwest Racing Stables tabbed this one for $30,000 on debut. They must have saw something they liked, whether it was the breeding or what they were seeing in the morning over at Turfway Park, because they dove into the claim box at first asking. They jumped up to a protected spot. They remained in a protected spot in here. And when I watched that replay back, I didn't think they were overly aggressive by any means. They broke incredibly slow from the gate like a potential route horse may, and then closed willingly. It wasn't a bad run at all. They did gallop out much best. I won't say they were ridden aggressively to necessarily win that race. I think the wagering was indicative that it wasn't a great spot for them to be super competitive. Gennaro Garcia doesn't always go off. In fact, rarely goes off in double digits, and they were 15-1 that day. And you kind of knew they would have better days ahead after they missed the break. But galloped out well, gets the blinkers on today. I think this is a spot they had been pointing to throughout, wanting to go 2 turns with this lightly raced 3-year-old Audible filly in here. And the equipment change, usually a good sign for Gennaro Garcia as well. We'll see if Please Stop Talking can make a little noise in this race at 9-1. The 8 is Starina, Orlando Mojica, and Wayne Catalana. Mojica had a couple of wins yesterday and some impressive race riding, skimming the rails, saving all the ground. He's going to have to try and do that with this Candy Ride filly in here. The horse moved into it nicely mid-turn. Kind of came under ride, was running evenly, looked like they were just going to stay on one pace, but at the end, they closed in very well. They only lost to Silk that day by 2 lengths. I didn't love visually how the horse looked. I mean, being scrubbed down and kind of not responding at first, but second start off the layoff, has had some good workouts since then as well. Starina could be any sort in here. That Tomlinson in the mud, make what you want of Tomlinson figures, but 457. The breeding may suggest, if Tomlinsons are accurate, that this horse should absolutely relish the off-going today. But the money has flown in on the $400,000 Keeneland sale purchase, Forever Safe, for John Oxley and Brad Cox. I could only watch one workout. The horse was somewhat repelled, at least in my opinion, behind a horse who debuts tomorrow, and I am excited about the horse who debuts tomorrow. So you get an idea of the firster for Brad Cox tomorrow if Forever Safe does run huge in here. But breeding doesn't necessarily jump off the page for long, in my opinion. I think Forever Safe could be a little bit unsafe in this spot at 3-2, but I've been wrong in the past, and I'll be wrong again if Forever Safe does come home to score in here. But was repelled in that workout. We'll see if they can repel the other foes in here. The first-time starter has a tough task ahead of her today. 1 mile the distance on a sloppy off going, but I'm going to try Don't Look Back against this field as the maidens take main stage here at Horseshoe Indianapolis 5 minutes from now. Good luck.
The horses call postward now for the 6th race. This maiden 3-year-old filly's mile. Track stopping a field of 7. Scratch the 2, Lynn. Number 2, Lynn has been withdrawn. Number 7, Forever Safe, the jockey Axel Concepcion. Axel Concepcion rides the newcomer, the 7, Forever Safe. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, Tencent Grand High 5, pentafecta wagering featured on the mile. Double pick 3, 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. With German Terraza, Miss Susan B., the Constitution filly. First in, Yarmarie Correa with Please Stop Talking, loading for the mile. Deshaun Parker with Evocation. Axel Concepcion, Forever Safe. Over Bolt Doro. Alex Achard with Don't Look Back. Forever Safe went in okay. Bernardini, Alberto Burgos has a win on the card. Just over the mile. One more. Now 3-2. Favorite, the daughter of Candy Ride. Here's Starina. Orlando Mexico for Wayne Catalano. The white and burgundy blocks and a white cap for Coffee Pot Stables. They're in the game. They're off. Please Stop Talking. Evocation. There's Forever Safe showing good debut speed, and toward the inside, Miss Susan B. As they enter the first turn, it's Miss Susan B. Miss Susan B. with in between horses. Don't Look Back, and on the outside, Evocation. As these maiden 3-year-old fillies go to the back of this sloppy track, Miss Susan B. is now in third. Forever Safe in fourth upon settling. Please Stop Talking, saving ground with a red cap. And then comes Starina running second to last, and Bernadette trails the mile. The first two of 8 furlongs covered in 24.29 seconds with Deshaun Parker. It's Evocation. Evocation's out in front of Don't Look Back, who tracks the leader. Miss Susan B. worked off the inside parts of the track to a clear path from third. Axel Concepcion and the newcomer, Forever Safe, fourth on the outside. Please Stop Talking is saving ground, 6 lengths off the leader. Evocation past the half-mile pole. Starina has a white cap, being asked to gain now by Orlando Mexico, and wide Bernadette still trails. It's Evocation. 16-1 front runner, clocked a half mile in 47.86 seconds with inside 3 furlongs to go. Short lead Evocation as Alex Achard starts this bid with Don't Look Back, the daughter hard spun, and there she goes. Don't Look Back has taken charge past the quarter pole from Evocation. Please Stop Talking moves up between fillies with a bid, and Starina toward the inside. Forever Safe was last as they straightened away after 3 quarters in 1 minute 13.11 seconds. Please Stop Talking for Yarmarie Correa. There's 1 furlong to go. It's Please Stop Talking, crossed over in front of Don't Look Back, who's second past the 16th. Starina, Miss Susan B. and Evocation. They're close to home. The daughter of Audible. Please Stop Talking. 1 by 5 from Don't Look Back. 7 lengths away, Starina third. Miss Susan B. finished fourth. Then Evocation and Bernadette. 139.89 after the mile. Sloppy track 5-3, 8-1-6, the unofficial run order to race 6. First, number 5, Please Stop Talking at 9-1. 3, Don't Look Back at 2-1 was second. The 8, Starina, 9-5 third. 1, Miss Susan B, 18-1 fourth. And Evocation for the Pentafecta. Yamari Correa, Gennaro Garcia for Southwest Racing Stables, those Silks at 9-1. Please Stop Talking. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, Please Stop Talking with Yamari Correa. Please Stop Talking. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Audible. Out of the Cherokee Run Mare, Extra Sharp, bred in Kentucky by Susan Kastner. Racing for trainer Donato Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. And Brandon Valentini's Triple V Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Please Stop Talking out to the maiden ranks. Paid 9-1. The Exacta 5-3 paid $115.60. 50-cent trifecta 538 $58.45. 2-5 double 155.40. 10-cent pentafecta 53816 $493.24. Pick 3 paid $122.90 with Miss Susan B. fourth. The 10-cent superfecta 5381 returned $94.04. 7 ran. Sloppy track 139.89 after the running of race 7 over the mile. In the 7th race, one of those taken off the turf course here on Caesar's Day Eve. 7th race to the main track at Baumau, 70 yards. Remains labeled Sloppy. Scratch 3, Starlight Love. The 5, Pisciata. The 6, Argentinidad. 7, Marina Gamba. Take out 11, Donna Witch. 12, Mischief Lily. Scratch 13, Stephanie's Warrior. And 14, I'm a Cookie Lover. Scratch 3, 5, 6, 7, 11 through number 14, all have been scratched. No pentafecta wagering. Exacta, trifecta. There is the 10-cent superfecta. No grand high 5, double final pick 3 of the day. Post time in 17 minutes at 5:16. They're off. Please Stop Talking. Evocation. There's Forever Safe showing good debut speed. And toward the inside, Miss Susan B. As they enter the first turn, it's Miss Susan B. Miss Susan B. with in between horses. Don't Look Back. And on the outside, Evocation. as these maiden 3-year-old fillies go to the back of this sloppy track. Miss Susan B is now in third. Forever Safe in fourth upon settling. Please Stop Talking, saving ground with the red cap. And then comes Starina running second to last, and Bernadette trails the mile. The first two of 8 furlongs covered in 24.29 seconds with Deshaun Parker. It's Evocation. Evocation is out in front of Don't Look Back, who tracks the leader. Miss Susan B worked off the inside parts of the track to a clear path from third. Axel Concepcion and the newcomer, Forever Safe, fourth on the outside. Please Stop Talking is saving ground, 6 lengths off the leader. Evocation past the half-mile pole. Starina has a white cap, being asked to gain now by Orlando Mejica and by Bernadette still trails. It's Evocation. 16-1 front runner, clocked a half mile in 47.86 seconds with inside 3 furlongs to go. Short lead Evocation as Alex Achard starts this bid with Don't Look Back. The door hard spun, and there she goes. Don't Look Back has taken charge past the quarter pole from Evocation. Please Stop Talking moves up between fillies with a bid, and Starina toward the inside. Forever Safe was last as they straightened away after 3 quarters in 1 minute 13.11 seconds. Please Stop Talking for Yarmarie Correa. There's 1 furlong to go. It's Please Stop Talking, crossed over in front of Don't Look Back, who's second past the 16th. Starina, Miss Susan B, and Evocation. They're close to home. The daughter of Audible, Please Stop Talking. 1 by 5 from Don't Look Back. 7 lengths away, Starina third, Miss Susan B finished fourth. Then Evocation and Bernadette.
9 minutes to the 7th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and I would just throw out everything I say because I'm just going to tell you guys I haven't hit a race today, which is not like me. So maybe making fun of myself will unjinx what's going on here. But it's been a day of, I thought maybe some off going would transpire. It's been, I think, kind of speed. So that being said, this one's 1.70 miles on the dirt. It was slated for the grass. It's a maiden special weight. And there are 7 horses left in this field, 3, 5, 6, 7, 11, and the also eligibles are out. I'm going to go with Xena here on top, 6-5. Keith Asmussen is aboard for Steve, and this is a 3-year-old filly by Constitution. This was a $400,000 yearling sale in 2022, and Princess Warrior is the dam. Spendthrift Farm is the owner. And a couple of even fourths. So I was talking about this race earlier with Caleb on FanDuel, and it just seems like these couple of 4th place finishes were just kind of going around the track. Kind of got a late or a wide trip in the last race, and that was on the slop routing. So I gave the nod to this one strictly because it did have a little bit of off-track experience. Some other ones in here do, but definitely the 2 as well, who I threw in. But I do think Keith is going to do well from the rail. This one kind of probably will press the pace, which looks like the case in the last couple of races where it was really close to the lead, 3rd, 1 off the lead, and half a length off the lead for 3rd as well, and then just kind of hang. So let's see if we can't get her over this. She looks good in the paddock. And then I'll go to the 10, Big Dig. Big Dig has Fernando de la Cruz aboard for Ismael Bahena. This one, a 4-year-old filly by More Spirit. And I did look up the sire and the dam. I know this is her 13th lifetime start, but she's only ran on the slop once, and it was very early in her career. More Spirit did have a nice second in a pretty nice race on the slop. And then the dam, Boston Mine, broke her maiden on the slop as well. After that, ran on a couple of off tracks and didn't do much, but you know, you got to keep that in mind. Has ran on the mud a couple years ago at Ellis and ended up 3rd in that race, and was kind of 2 wide going around and ended up 4 wide at the quarter. But so a little bit of form there. I did also highlight the September 28th try at 1.16 miles in a maiden claiming at Churchill, 3rd just by a neck, and was checked too. So she's been on Polly pretty much since then. I think she's going to like getting back to dirt, and I don't think she's going to mind the slop. And then I threw in the 2 that is 8-1 right now, and that is Spa City Girl, Spa City Gal. This is a 3-year-old filly by Good Samaritan, and the dam Crab Key has 2 winners from 3 starters, one of which is a turf winner. We're on dirt today, but note that for next time because she hasn't tried it yet, and I do think when they do catch the turf, it's going to be good. Wet dirt, though, 2 tries and a 2nd and a 3rd. Those were back at Oaklawn in March. Do also want to mention the 4 at 7-2 Life Advice. Joe Sharp is here in the building, so should probably put that one in your exactas, and this one's probably got a pretty good chance as well. 110-2 here for me in race 7. We are just 5 minutes to post, but I've got Xena on top with Keith aboard. Good luck.
So now the maiden fillies stepping onto the track at post time. This race taken off the turf. Main track at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 6. Scratch 3, Starlight Love. The 5, Pisciata. The 6, Argentinidad. Take out 7, Marina Gamba. 11, Donna Witch. Scratch 12, Mischief Lily. 13, Stephanie's Worry. And 14, I'm a Cookie Lover. Scratch the 3, 5, 6, 7, 11 through number 14. All have been scratched from the maiden. No 10-cent grand high 5. No pentafecta wagers. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. And it's due. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile 70 yards start for the fillies maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. Loading for the maiden fillies. Keith Asmussen with Xena. 6-5 favorite, the daughter of Constitution, Xena. Six to 5 Xena, 9-5 Big Dig, and it's 3-1 on Life Advice. 7-1 Spa City Gal. Play started at Oaklawn. Xena first in. Now Joseph Belmer with Spa City Gal. Joins Xena. Life Advice, Jaime Torres on the Tuesday scoreboard. Now Sammy Ramirez, stage right coming up, the daughter of Hartsbach. Axel Concepcion with Title Tactics. 19-1 on the English Channel filly Title Tactics. Xena 6-5 favorite. At 1 mile 70 yards, stand by, one more. Fernando de la Cruz with Big Dig. 12 race maiden. Sloppy track. 6-5 on Xena. They're in the gate. And they're off. Life Advice broke sharp for Jaime Torres. Xena toward the inside. Big Dig with an early bid. Title Tactics gets position. Spa City Gal, and in the early stages, stage right has drifted back to last at the first turn. It's Life Advice. Life Advice to the early lead with 7 furlongs to go. Xena with the rail. Big Dig third on the outside as they go to the back. Then a ground-saving fourth is Spa City Gal, while racing 3 to 4 clear from Title Tactics and Stage Right. Trails the Philly Sextet. The opening quarter in 23.88 seconds. Life Advice at the head of affairs. The daughter of Into Mischief. It's Life Advice out in front as Keith Asmussen keeps Xena in the orange cap. Close in tow, Life Advice, Xena, and on the outside with Fernando de la Cruz. Big Dig is 3 wide, making this backstretch run. Life Advice, Xena, and Big Dig with toward the inside. Spa City Gal, Title Tactics racing a joint 4th, and the trailer remains Stage Right in 6th. The half mile for the front runner on the soft track. 48.26 seconds. Life Advice leads Xena and Big Dig still with 3 furlongs to go. It's Life Advice. Life Advice in front. Xena staying close. Big Dig right there too as these 3 line up for the quarter pole. Spa City Gal is running in 4th. And then dropping back was Title Tactics, and Stage Right is last as they straighten away. Big Dig circles outside of Xena, who's taken the lead. Life Advice toward the inside. Spa City Gal. Heads are turned for home 3/4. 1 minute 12.69 seconds. The daughter of Constitution with Keith Asmussen. It's Xena, who leads here by 3 to Big Dig. Toward the inside of Spa City Gal running on. As Life Advice drop back from her early efforts, it's Xena. Xena out to the maiden ranks by 3. Spa City Gal gained second from Big Dig. Life Advice finished 4th. .143.14 after the running of race 7. Number 1, Xena. At 6-5 was first. Stand by for the full run order from the judges. Keith Asmussen for his Hall of Fame father. A Spendthrift Farm win, the daughter of Constitution. Third time was the charm, or Xena. The judges have posted number 2, Spa City Gal at 10-1 second to Xena. The 10 Big Dig at 2-1 third, and 4 Life Advice fourth, 1-2-10-4. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, the 1, Xena with Keith Asmussen. Xena is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Constitution. Out of Princess Warrior by Midshipman. Bred in Kentucky by Evan Trommer Jr., CDM Bloodstock, and Crockett Farm, her Kentucky breeders. Steve Asmussen trains for Spendthrift Farm LLC and the Orange and Purple Blocks. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Xena is out to the maiden ranks. Results in after race 7. A couple more to go on this Caesar's Day Eve. Post time tomorrow, 2:10 for the first of 11. 1-2 exacta, 21.80. 50-cent trifecta, 1-2-10, paid $12.75. The 50-cent pick 3 result on 5 races 5, 6, and 7 returned $129.35. 5-1 double paid $82.40 in the 10-cent superfecta. 1-2-10-4, $3.97. And the maiden 6 ran. Favorite was first, 143.14. Race 8 is one of those taken off the turf. Main track sloppy. Over the 5 furlongs, scratch the 2 Cigarette Boat. The 4 Cows, 5 Samba Lover. Scratch the 7 Stone's Throw. The 9 Indigo Rich. Take out 11 Burnin' Ash. The MTOs draw in 12, 5-0 Somewhere, and 13 Laver. Both run. 12 and 13 run as MTOs. Sloppy. Scratch the 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, and number 11. Number 10 Haskell. The ownership, Meja de la Cruz, Joe, and Lonnie Cowles. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta starts at a late double. Post time in 18 minutes at 5:47 post time. And they're off. Life Advice broke sharp for Jaime Torres. Xena toward the inside. Big Dig with an early bid. Title Tactics gets position. Spa City Gal, and in the early stages, Stage Right has drifted back to last at the first turn. It's Life Advice. Life Advice to the early lead with 7 furlongs to go. Xena with the rail. Big Dig third on the outside as they go to the back. Then a ground-saving fourth is Spa City Gal, while racing 3 to 4 clear from Title Tactics, and Stage Right trails the Philly Sextet. The opening quarter in 23.88 seconds. Life Advice at the head of affairs. The daughter of Into Mischief. It's Life Advice out in front as Keith Asmussen keeps Xena in the orange cap. Close in tow, Life Advice, Xena, and on the outside with Fernando de la Cruz. Big Dig is 3 wide, making this backstretch run. Life Advice, Xena, and Big Dig with toward the inside. Spa City Gal, Title Tactics racing a joint 4th, and the trailer remains Stage Right in 6th. The half mile for the front runner on the soft track. 48.26 seconds. Life Advice leads Xena, and Big Dig still with 3 furlongs to go. It's Life Advice. Life Advice in front. Xena staying close Big Dig right there too, as these three line up for the quarter pole. Spa City Gal is running in fourth. And then dropping back was Title Tactics, and Stage Right is last as they straighten away. Big Dig circles outside of Xena, who's taking the lead. Life Advice toward the inside. Spa City Gal. Heads are turned for home 3/4. 1 minute 12.69 seconds. The daughter of Constitution with Keith Asmussen. It's Xena, who leads here by 3 to Big Dig. Toward the inside of Spa City Gal running on. As Life Advice drop back from her early efforts, it's Xena. Xena out to the maiden ranks by 3. Spa City Gal gained second from Big Dig. Life Advice finished fourth.
Race 8 is a 3-year-old and up allowance, and we're going 5/8 on the main here. The scratches are as follows: 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, and 11. Both also eligibles. Main track onlys draw in, and I'm going to go with the 13 here on top. The 12 and 13 are the co-favorites at 5-2. Colby Hernandez is aboard for Rusty Arnold. Put up an 80 last time out on the slop at 7 furlongs. Got a little bit of a bad start there at the first of the race, but even with that 8th place finish, still a very nice speed figure for the 13. Is dropping down in class. I think fits in here well, and obviously the off-track form looks good as the rain is picking up again. The 3 is who I'm going to go with next, and 4-1, Sendero, Orlando Mojica, aboard for Ravelli. We had a nice HRN stat about Ravelli. He's got a very nice percentage here. This one's not ran on off-track, only on turf, but they kept him in. 3rd last time out, that was on April 8th at a mile, and 16th at an allowance optional, claiming for 75. This one usually is mid-pack or pressing the pace. Has won the win, most recent, at Colonial on September 7th. Ended up being one that this one was really close to the pace. Hopefully can get up closer and get the job done here today. But another 3rd place finish, only missing by 2 lengths at Gulfstream on the grass, came from really far back. So closing on the pace. But you got to look at the win instead of the 3rd place finish, obviously. And then I'll go to the 6, Gabara, 5-2 here. Gabara has James Torres aboard for Joe Sharp, a 3-year-old colt by Air Force Blue, making it 7th lifetime start. Broke the maiden back in October of last year, and then ended up in some really tough allowances at Fairgrounds, but has ran on the mud and wasn't even 4th in that race. Actually, it was a 5-horse field, so let's not use the word even, but did look good at the beginning, right off the leader. I think the class relief and having an off-track experience is going to do it. Plus, the speed figures on Gabara are good as well. Even though horses on the front end, you know, I was just down there talking to Ricky, and it seems like the speed is sort of on the front end falling apart. But hey, I finally got a winner in the last race, so let's see if we can't keep it going here. I've got the MTO, the 13. Lever aboard Colby Hernandez for Rusty Arnold. Right now, the at 3-1. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. It's our featured sprint of the day. This is over the 5 furlongs, a field of 7. Scratch 2, Cigarette Boat. The 4, Cows. 5, Samba Lover. Take out the 7, Stone's Throw. 9, Indigo Rich. And scratch 11, Burnin' Ash. Scratch the 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, and number 11 from the race card. Number 10, Haskell, the ownership, Meja de la Cruz, Joe, and Bonnie Cowles. Noting in the 9th race, closing with a quarter horse maiden juvenile over the 250. Sloppy track in the 9th. Scratch there the also eligibles, 11, 12, and number 13. Round about a minute. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. Going to the 5 furlong main track start for the featured sprint. Main track sloppy. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Alberto Burgos with We Will Conquer. Andres Ulloa, Otis on the Cape, a last out maiden winner here, has joined We Will Conquer. Now Fernando de la Cruz with Haskell coming up. Orlando Mexico with Sendero, the son of City of Light. Sloppy track. Simmer Bermudez with 5-0 Somewhere going in. First run since the fairgrounds for Gabara. Jaime Torres for Joe Sharp, who's in town. One more. Colby Hernandez with Laver. One of the two main track only. Sloppy here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Our penultimate race of the day. They're in the game. They're off and sprinting. Fast start for Gabara right there. 5-0 Somewhere, who strides up, and Otis on the Cape heads them off for Andres Ulloa. Otis on the Cape making a dash for it past the half-mile pole from 5-0 Somewhere, who chases the pace. Gabara with the black cap. On the outside, Laver starts a bit at the 3.5. We Will Conquer with toward the inside Sendero, who's being ridden to gain, and Haskell is dropped back to last inside 3 to go. It's Otis on the Cape barreling out in front. Otis on the Cape leads here by just over 2 to 5-0 Somewhere, trying to inch in past the quarter pole. Then Laver and Gabara on the front side. Haskell along with We Will Conquer and Sendero up the rail. It's Otis on the Cape wide, but in front off the turn. Otis on the Cape charging on the outside is 5-0 Somewhere, and Laver moving up in the green cap. Gabara with the rail, 1 furlong to go. It's Laver toward the inside and 5-0 Somewhere as these main track onlys battle it out past the 16th. It is Laver for Colby Hernandez. Laver, and Laver serves up a win. Beats 5-0 Somewhere home. Haskell gained third, then We Will Conquer and Gabara. $57.87 in our featured sprint of the day. 13-12 in a show photo. It was 24-1 on 10 Haskell. 8 We Will Conquer and Gabara. 13-12 the top two. Stand by for the third, fourth, and fifth from the judges. 13 Laver. 3-2 first. 12 5-0 Somewhere. 6-5 second. The MTOs take out the exacta. Stand by for the remaining order finish after race 8. Colby Hernandez gets on the meet score sheet here for Rusty Arnold. The green-white diamonds for G. Watts Humphrey Jr., the son of Bernardini out of Center Court. Laver at 3-2. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 13 Laver with Colby Hernandez. Laver is a 4-year-old bank gelding by Bernardini out of Center Court by Smart Strike. Bred in Kentucky by owner G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and trained by Rusty Arnold. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Laver. The judges have posted after a photograph number 10 Haskell at 24 to 1/3, 8 We Will Conquer, 20-1 fourth, and Gabara getting into the pentafecta. 13-12, 10-8, Gabara ran fifth. Result official. The 13-12 main track only entered exacta. Paid $10.20, 10-cent pentafecta, $43.43. Gabara ran fifth. 50-cent trifecta, 13-12-10, Haskell third, $18.10. 113 double paid $11.40, 50-cent late pick four, $428.15. We Will Conquer fourth, 10-cent superfecta, 13-12-10-8, $16.06, 50-cent pick three, $60.40. Late pick five, $1,123.40 on 5 of 5. Sloppy track 57.87 after the sprint feature. Race 9 last of the day on this Caesars Day Eve. Closing with a quarter horse maiden juvenile over the 250. Sloppy track. Scratch the also eligibles, 11R Slippery Secret, 12 Encore Second Act, and 13 Cindy Pop, and there are no jockey changes. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, there's a carryover. Going into the quarter horse Grand High Five of $3,192. Post time at 17 minutes at a quarter past. They're in the game. They're off and sprinting. Fast start for Gabara right there. 5-0 somewhere who strides up, and Otis on the Cape heads them off for Andres Aloha. Otis on the Cape making a dash for it past the half-mile pole from 5-0 somewhere who chases the pace. Gabara with the black cap. On the outside, Laver starts a bit at the 3.5. We Will Conquer with toward the inside Sendero, who's being ridden to gain, and Haskell is dropped back to last, inside 3 to go. It's Otis on the Cape barreling out in front. Otis on the Cape leads here by just over 2 to 5-0 somewhere, trying to inch in past the quarter pole. Then Laver and Gabara on the front side. Haskell along with We Will Conquer and Sendero up the rail. It's Otis on the Cape wide, but in front off the turn. Otis on the Cape charging on the outside is 5-0 somewhere, and Laver moving up in the green cap. Gabara with the rail, 1 furlong to go. It's Laver toward the inside and 5-0 somewhere as these main track onlys battle it out past the 16th. It is Laver for Colby Hernandez. Laver, and Laver serves up a win. Beats 5-0 somewhere home. Haskell game third, then We Will Conquer and Gabara.
Our winner for today's contest. Congratulations to Bernie McGinnis. Feel the burn. Bernie McGinnis is an online player and wins $100. Thanks for playing Exactamundo at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
All right, welcome back for some quarter horse racing, and our finale is going to be quite the race because we have registered Indiana bred juveniles. These are 2-year-olds. Okay, $18,000 purse. We do scratch the also eligibles. A field of 10 will be traveling 250 yards. The tricky part is that of these 10 horses, only 2 have had previous starts, several training race experience, which is good, and then the rest, it's just going to be who's going to get out of the gate and keep that straight path. All right, well, let's go to the paddock and take a look, and I'm going to begin with number 6, TW Trump's Secret. Now, of the debut runners, I kind of like this one for several reasons. It's a training, this is a gelding training race winner, which is good because that means the horses competed against other horses, had some company, and had some experience. It's Natasha Perez, who's, the 3 women are leading in the standings. It's so exciting, and she's having a great meet. She had 2 horses entered, but the call went to Diego Bocanegra, who is 69% in the money. Now, I'm not for certain if it was his choice or her choice or the owner choice, but obviously, if you've got the 2 runners and the first call jockey takes the one, to me that's significant. And this horse is bred and owned by Thomas Wiley, sired by Mr. Apolitical Dash, good pedigree and good connections. That's my top choice. All right, we'll go next to number 9, WRS Apolitical Gal, who actually is joining the barn of Tony Cunningham, last year's leading conditioner, and made 2 starts at that Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile. That's that Kentucky track that precedes Horseshoe Indy's thoroughbred and quarter horse meet. And as I mentioned before, the horses that have had a start there seem a lot more fit and primed for good races at Horseshoe Indy. It's not 100%, but especially with young horses to get that experience. This is a Williams Racing Stable, homebred, a filly. I think she's going to benefit from the experience. Of course, she's going to have a flipping halter today. And we always send out our best wishes to Gwen and Randy Williams, who have been long time and amazing supporters of Indiana racing. All right, we'll go next to number 2, Flair for Ritzy, fastest of 30 workers here on April 15th for trainer Jesse Vasquez. Now, it's really hard to, take a look at that and say, wow, that was a blazing fast bullet work. What don't you like about the horse? Well, I like her. I mean, obviously, I think she's very talented, and her rider will be last year's leading jockey, and that's Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. The only difference between a fast bullet work and a training race, in the training race they do get the experience of loading into the gate, hearing the bell, and breaking in company with other horses. But I'm not taking anything away from Flair Farizzi. That was a pretty darn good work. You want to keep an eye on her in the warm-up. And then I'll round out my top 4 with number 10, Our Love Interest. This nice pair of firsters for conditioner Tim Eggleston. I like the number 10. She won her training race heat in 14.02 seconds. That is very fast as well. And obviously we know Tim knows his way with his 2-year-olds. You can get excited when you think that Red-Headed Beach is going to come back Thursday and run in a trial for the Harley Green Derby. I can't wait. I'm sure most of us can't. So Our Love Interest, sired by the high percentage stallion Separate Interest, should be flying from her far outside post under rider Aaron Hunt. I'll go 6, 9, 2, 10. But we do have a carryover on our 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta of $3,192. So if you're interested in one more horse, and you could do a 5-horse box for this 10-cent Pentafecta for just $12, I'd throw in the number 5, Lati Dati, who also had some experience at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile. Give it a go and make some money, okay? All right, good luck to all. We'll see you back for a great week of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
At post time, stepping onto the track now for the ninth and final, closing with a quarter horse maiden juvenile over the 250. Sloppy track, scratch the also eligibles. 11R Slippery Secret, 12 Encore Second Act, and 13 Cindy Pop. They were also eligibles. Overweights, 1 Flashy Beach DHD plus 4, 2 Flair for Red Sea plus 7, 3 Beach Martini 2 over, the 4 LB Mr. Corona plus 4, 5 Vati Dati 2 over, the 6 TW Trump Secrets 5 over, number 7 Dynasties Feature plus 7, 8 Coach Pete plus 7, 9 WRS Apolitical Gal 7 over, and the 10 R Love Interest 7 extra pounds. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta Quarter Horse Pentafecta carryover $3,192. Sloppy track and duo shortly. Making their way down toward the gate. Late scratch on number 4, LB Mr. Corona from the quarter horse maiden juvenile. So we're about 6 minutes past due. Scratch the 4, LB Mr. Corona. Now a late scratch from the quarter horse maiden juvenile. All wagers here on the 4, LB Mr. Corona. Refunds. There will be a 13-4 consolation double. 13-4 consolation double. Those using the 4, LB Mr. Corona. In a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute. In any multi-race wagers, 13-4 will be that consolation double. Scratch number 4, LB Mr. Corona. After a late scratch on LB Mr. Corona, the 4's a non-runner. They're going in. WRS, a political gal. Our love interest. Flashy Beach, DHD with the rail draw. Six to 5 final favorite. Flair for Ritzy. Acting up and back of the gate there with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. She's coming up. Flair for Ritzy. At 6 to 5, the final favorite has gone all in. Flair for Ritzy. She drew 2. TW Trump's Secrets. Beach Martini. Dynasty's Encore has moved in. Beach Martini loaded. Coach Pete. Lati Dati. Flair for Ritzy still getting fidgety in the gate. Rider off Dynasty's Feature. Some of these juveniles ready to get on with it. Near the bottom of the hour. Sloppy track. And here comes Coach Pete, so stand by. Last of the day on Caesar's Day Eve. Waiting for Coach Pete to join. Over the 250 yards. All in. Ready. Flair for Ritzy getting fractious in the gate. Coach Pete getting fractious in the gate. TW's Trump's Encore. Secrets there flipped in the gate. That was TW Trump Secrets flipped in the gate. Well, the veterinarian to take a look at Coach Pete and Trump Secrets. Back on his feet is TW Trump Secrets. Here comes another late scratch. It's the 2 Flair for Ritzy. She was very fractious in the gate and ordered scratch now. Being backed out is Flair for Ritzy. The 2, another late scratch. All wagers on 2 Flair for Ritzy refunds. Another consolation double. There'll be that 13 and 4 consolation double. Now add 13 and 2. The list of consolation doubles: 13-4 and 13-2. Again, if you use 2 Flair for Ritzy in a multi-race wager, you'll now get the post-time favorite once we are off. Scratch the 2 now. With now 8 to load into the gate, they're going back in. WRS, A Political Gal, Our Love Interest reload. Flashy Beach, DHD. Beach Martini reloads. Lati Dati. Our Love Interest fractious in the gate. Thrashing her head about, there's Our Love Interest. We've already had 2 late scratches. Another late scratch in. Number 10, Our Love Interest. Another one getting fractious in the gate for this quarter horse maiden juvenile. We're overdue for it. Scratch the 10, Our Love Interest now. All wagers on 10, Our Love Interest refunds. Another consolation double. This time around 13 and 10. 13-2, 13-4, 13-10 of the consolation doubles. As is the case with the 2 Flair for Ritzy and 4 LB Mr. Corona. Any multi-race wagers on the 10 Our Love Interest now transfer to the post-time favorite once we are off here in the finale. Will the fourth time be the charm? Beach Martini reloads and joins Flashy Beach DHD and WRS Apolitical Gal. Wati Dati. WRS Apolitical Gal at 2-1, the final favorite now. We've had those three late scratches. Flair for Ritzy, LB Mr. Corona, and Our Love Interest, the latest scratch. TW Trump's Secrets reloads, Dynasties feature. Stand by. One more. Coach Pete. 250 yards, sloppy track to close out the card. A fourth late scratch from this quarter horse maiden juvenile. 8 Coach Pete now out. Would have been the last horse to load. Veterinarian scratch. 8 Coach Pete, the latest withdrawal. All wagers on 8 Coach Pete refunds. 13 and 8 will be a fourth consolation double. And again, repeating, as is the case with 2 Flair for Ritzy, for LB Mr. Corona, 10 Our Love Interest. Number 8, Coach Pete in a multi-race wager. You now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Scratch, number 8, Coach Pete. And now they're backing them out of the gate. a 5th round to reload. Back in, WRS Apolitical Gal goes. Flashy Beach. Beach Martini. And back up, Lati Dati. After 4 late scratches, now just a couple of them back, both for Natasha Perez. TW, Trump's Secrets. One more, Dynasty's Future. Sloppy track over the 250 yards on Caesar's Day Eve. All in. Dynasty's Feature. Ready. Off. And the finale. Flashy Beach DHD shifting out past the 220. Beach Martini right over toward that rail, and here comes WRS Apolitical Gal with a charge, and TW Trump's Secrets surges in a photo finish. TW Trump's Secrets with Flashy Beach DHD and WRS Apolitical Gal once all is finally said and done. Photo finish. Inquiry will be here a bit longer. Hold all tickets. So once again, hold all tickets. We stand by for the result of the win photograph. There's an inquiry into the running of the quarter horse maiden juvenile over the 250. And again, we have those late scratches. 2 Flair for Ritzy, 4 LB Mr. Corona, 8 Coach Pete, and 10 Our Love Interest. With consolation 13-2, 13-4, 13-8, and 13-10. Doubles to come. The verdict in for Trump. 6 TW Trump Secrets first. 1 Flashy Beach DHD second. 9 WRSA Political Gal third. 3 Beach Martini fourth. And 7 Dynasty's Feature fifth. That result is unofficial. 6 TW Trump Secrets with Diego Bocanegra for Natasha Perez. Thomas Wiley's homebred at 3-1 into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle. Please note, after an inquiry, number 1, Flashy Beach DHD, has been disqualified from first and will be placed last. That's the 1, Flashy Beach DHD, shifting out several paths in the running of the quarter horse maiden juvenile while making his bow. But here's the 6, this newcomer, TW Trump's Secrets. 2-year-old Sorrel Gelding by Mr. Apolitical Dash, and of Eyes So Blue by Mr. Eye Opener. Diego Bocanegra for Natasha Perez and Thomas Wiley. Breeder owner, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of TW Trump's Secrets. Number 9, WRS Apolitical Gal was placed second. The 3, Beach Martini placed third. The 7, Dynasties Feature elevated to fourth. And 5, Lati Dati gets placed fifth into the quarter horse Pentafecta after that disqualification of 1, Flashy Beach, from first to last for drifting out several paths in the running of the quarter horse maiden juvenile. Here's a look at it. Again, 1, Flashy Beach DHD, shifting out into rivals, disqualified from first and placed last. 13.940, sloppy track. There was no wind. 13.940 for the quarter horse maiden juvenile. It's official. 6-9 exacta paid $26.80, 50-cent trifecta, $51.30. The 10-cent superfecta, 6-9-3-7, $32.25. Pick 3, $47.20. 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, 6-9-3-7-5, $152.10. The 13-6 double paid $25 even, and the 4 consolation doubles, 13-2, $5.20, 13-4, $5.20, 13-8, $5.20, and the same pay on a 13-10. Those are 4 consolation doubles. Again, number 9, WRSA Political Gal was placed second, 3, Beach Martini placed third, 7, Dynasties Feature placed fourth, and the 5, Lati Dati placed fifth. Number 1, Flashy Beach DHD, disqualified from first and placed last. 13.940, sloppy track. That concludes our live racing program for today. As we wrap up the card at 6:46, live racing resumes tomorrow. Big day on tap. It's Caesar's Day. The first of 11 due off at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. You can always follow us on social media on X at HS Indy Racing, and follow our YouTube channel as well, also on Facebook and IG. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, as we wrap up the card nearing the 7 o'clock hour, it's been my pleasure from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying, we'll see you tomorrow. Big day for Caesar's Day. Good night. Off in the finale. Flashy Beach DHD shifting out past the 220. Beach Martini right over toward that rail. And here comes WRS Apolitical Gal with a charge. And TW Trump's Secrets surges in a photo finish. TW Trump's Secrets with Flashy